talking about how the court's locked down and every legal scholar, like Dershowitz, he says, like Dershowitz, Mark Levin, he just mentions the same people who work for Fox. Here, play this clip.
Worried about a conviction?
Will you testify, Mr. Trump?
Thank you very much. We are going to be, excuse me. We are going to be working with a lot of people over the next couple of weeks. This is finishing up at some point. It'll be finished. Every single review, every legal scholar that I've been able to read said there's no case, there's no crime. It's a disgrace that it was allowed to happen. The judge, as you know, is highly conflicted, like nobody I've ever seen is conflicted. He should not be the judge. He should not be allowed to have anything to do with this case. He should be so far away from this case. Outside, if you take a look, it looks like we're Fort Knox. There's so many police, and they don't allow people to come. You know, you're allowed to have friendly protests, but we're not allowed to have anything here. They have more police and more assistant DAs and DAs. I've never seen anything like it. Over what everybody, Alan Dershowitz, everybody said, there's no crime here. There's no crime. Jonathan Turley, every single person, Greg Jarrett, Andy McCarthy, look, anyone you want to name, Mark Levin, great lawyer, all of them, great lawyers, great legal scholars.
Donald Trump keeps on going and talks about how unhappy he is that MAGA protesters aren't overrunning the Manhattan courthouse. Play this clip.
But outside, it's like Fort Knox. You can't get within 3 blocks of this place if you're a civilian. And it's a shame what they're doing. What they're doing in terms of suppression and election interference has never been anything like that.
And then Trump wraps up his morning rant by attacking one of the prosecutors, Matthew Colangelo. Again, this would be a violation of the gag order as well, that Donald Trump is not allowed to attack the team of the district attorney. He can go after Alvin Bragg, which is still ridiculous, but he can't attack some of the lawyers on the district attorney's team like Matthew Colangelo. So this would be another violation of the gag order, as would it be when he directs the MAGA Republicans in Congress to attack witnesses. Here, play this clip.
A lead person from the DOJ is running the trial. So Biden's office is running this trial. This trial is a scam, and it's a sham, and it shouldn't happen. Thank you very much.
Will you testify, Mr. Trump?
Do you have legal faith? Do your voters believe you? Do you have faith in your legal team?
Will you testify, Mr. Trump?
So he's had some decent news outside the courtroom, that being...
Then we get into some of the testimony of Michael Cohen and Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, again this morning. Very ineffective. Not a good lawyer. Doesn't even know how to get in exhibits. This is weird. Everyone said this guy was a good lawyer. Todd Blanche again starts questioning Michael Cohen. So you called Donald Trump dumbass Donald, is that right? Michael Cohen says, sounds correct. And then they talk, there's more about like Todd Blanche trying to refresh Cohen's memory with communications that aren't in evidence. And as Adam Klasfeld, who's in the courtroom, says, then he slips. He asked the court to put up materials available on the screen for defendant before correcting himself. He called Cohen the defendant and then said the witness. Todd Blanche wants to admit Cohen's texts into evidence, and then Hoffinger, the prosecutor, asks Cohen whether the communications are redacted and out of context. Cohen says they are. The prosecutor says we object. And then Justice Merchan sustains the objections. As Norm Eisen says, Todd Blanche is up there struggling, multiple objections, all sustained. Blanche asks if he can approach with the judge, and the judge quietly shakes his head no, smacking down Todd Blanche. Blanche is simply not up for this. Doesn't seem like Blanche isn't a good lawyer. One thing to mention about Donald Trump's press conference, and this comes from Tyler McBrien, who's a reporter in the courthouse. Though Trump spoke to hallway reporters around 20 minutes ago for about 3 minutes, he did not answer the following questions. Will you testify? Are you worried about a conviction? How do you feel about the debate? One of the things that Katie Fang asks is, are these trips by these MAGA Republican Congress members to Trump's criminal trial for this kind of propaganda show of force? I don't even know what you call it. Are these being subsidized by American taxpayers? And I think the answer to that is very clearly yes. And then Tyler McBrien talks about how Eric Boebert and Gates have been playing musical chairs during the criminal trial. I mean, that's pretty odd right there as well. And you may be saying, why isn't Justice Merchan doing anything about the gag order? Why isn't the prosecution doing anything about the gag order? I'm at this point. Michael Cohen's the last witness, likely. I mean, he is the last witness he's definitely the last witness for the prosecution. They've said that. They've committed to that. He may be the last witness in all of the trial. So this trial is about to wrap up. So I just think the prosecution's like, look, we put on a great case. We are potentially days away from a verdict in this thing. Maybe a week and a half away from a verdict, but it could be days. Let's get this case to the jury. Donald Trump's trying to bait us. Let's see what the jury does. If the jury convicts Donald when it comes to sentencing, let's bring up all of his behavior, and then we'll ask for the maximum sentence based on the way Donald Trump has behaved himself and all of the things that he's done during this criminal trial, and that should favor a longer criminal sentence. There you have it, folks. We'll keep you posted as we learn more. I'm Ben Meiselas. This is the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 3 million together. Thanks for watching.
Love this video? Make sure you stay up to date on the latest breaking news and all things Midas by signing up to the Midas Touch newsletter at MidasTouch.com/newsletter.
So 4 years ago, I was a litigator. I didn't run a media company. I had no thoughts that I would ever be running a media company. And if you asked me back then whether I believed that in a criminal trial involving Donald Trump, a media company that I would found with my brothers, the merch store would be prominently featured on the cross-examination conducted by Donald Trump's lawyers of a key witness who I co-host a podcast with, I would be curious if the grapes that I was eating would actually be mushrooms, and if what are you even talking about? But Donald Trump and his lawyers, in their infinite wisdom at his criminal trial, thought it would be a wonderful idea to spend the time promoting the Midas Touch merch store at store.midastouch.com. It may have been the worst cross-examination perhaps in the history of cross-examinations, at a pivotal moment in the criminal trial, while Donald Trump himself was passed out, falling asleep, with his mouth dropping, and all of the people in the court saying, what in the world is going on with this guy? Look, we have the transcripts. There are multiple reporters in the courtroom. Let's just take a look at what went down, how Midas Touch was introduced during the cross-examination of Michael Cohen. Remember, here's how it started, and let's talk about where they start promoting the Midas Touch network. So the cross-examination of Michael Cohen in Donald Trump's criminal trial starts as thus. Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche. Mr. Cohen, my name is Todd Blanche. You and I have never met. You went on TikTok and called me a crying little shit. Michael Cohen's response. That sounds like something I would say. Objection sustained. Mr. Cohen, do you ever refer to Donald Trump as a dictator douchebag? Michael Cohen, it sounds like something I would say. Mr. Cohen, did you ever say that Donald Trump belongs in an effing cage like an animal? Michael Cohen, that sounds like something I would say. Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche. You refer to Donald Trump as a boorish cartoon misogynist. Cohen. Sounds like something I would say. Todd Blanche, Trump's lawyer to Cohen. You referred to Donald Trump as a Cheeto-dusted cartoon villain. Cohen's response. That seems like something I would say. Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche. And don't worry, he's going to get into promoting Midas soon. Do you recall around the same time you started talking about Donald Trump, when you'd say he would be convicted of a crime, and you said, I truly effing hope that this man ends up in prison? Did you say that? Michael Cohen. Sounds about right. Todd Blanche. Question. You also said on one of your podcasts that Donald Trump needs to wear handcuffs and do the perp walk. Do you recall saying that? Cohen's response. I don't recall saying that, but I wouldn't put it past me. And you'll recall Todd Blanche a few weeks back whining to the judge that Michael Cohen had referred to Donald Trump as von Schitzenpants, and then von Schitzenpants ended up trending #1 in the country. Then Todd Blanche just says, you know what? This cross-examination we need to promote the Midas Touch Network at this trial. We need to help the Midas Touch Network sell more merch and to promote Michael Cohen's podcast, because what in the world is he doing with these questionings? Todd Blanche goes, as of August 2021 to Michael Cohen, your podcast had topped 10 million downloads. Cohen, I think it was more, but yes, Todd Blanche, downloaded 300,000 times a week. Michael Cohen's response. Something like that, yes. Todd Blanche, you make money off the podcast. Cohen, yes, I do. Todd Blanche, is it fair to say you are motivated by fame? Cohen, no, I don't think it's fair to say I'm motivated by fame. And so we're promoting Mea Culpa podcast that's here on the Midas Touch Network. And then Todd Blanche turns to Trump-themed merchandise on store.midastouch.com. Like, what in the world are you even doing with this cross? Like, what does this have to do with Donald Trump falsifying business records? You know, I'm sitting here watching this, and all my sources in the courtroom are texting me and letting me know. They're like, yo, I think Todd Blanche wants to work at the Midas Touch Network. I think he's out there just promoting your merch. Like, do you know what he's doing? Like, do you know? People are asking me, Ben, do you know Todd Blanche? Because he seems to like want to promote your merch. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, multiple people said that to me. So then Todd Blanche turns to Trump-themed merchandise that he claims is sold on Michael Cohen's podcast site, which is not his podcast site. It's our merch site at Midas Touch. One shirt says Convict 45. So at the Trump trial, our merch Convict 45 is entered into as an exhibit. And Michael Cohen goes, yeah, that's not my merch site. That's the Midas Touch merch site. I don't make Convict 45 shirts. Then, as Tyler McBrien, who's in the courtroom, says, we see a couple of choice items from the Mea Culpa merch store. It's not the Mea Culpa merch store. A $32 t-shirt with a picture of Trump in an orange jumpsuit behind bars. A t-shirt that says Convict 45, also $32, good price. And a $22 coffee mug with the words, send him to the big house, not the White House. Andrew Giuliani, who was in the courtroom, said, media is giggling at the white t-shirt of Trump in jail and the quote, send him to the big house, not the White House coffee mug. Well, I'm glad they're giggling. It took us a long time to come up with these ideas. You know, they don't just come up with these ideas overnight. You got a team, you got to brainstorm, got to come up with the right wordsmithing. Then Tyler McBrien had to issue a correction and say, correction. Cohen did say that this is the Midas Touch merch store, though Blanche tried to portray it as the Mea Culpa Cohen specific store. My apologies, Tyler McBrien says. It's all right, Tyler, we accept the apology. So you have Donald Trump's lawyer spending the first day of cross-examination saying how many people download the Mea Culpa podcast featuring Michael Cohen on the Midas Touch Network, talking about the Midas Touch merch store, talking about some of our designs, Convict 45, and our mugs at store.midastouch.com. And by the way, when they said that and all the reporters started talking about it, the traffic, like he increased the traffic. My goal, I have him increase the traffic, but Trump's own lawyer then increases the traffic on store.midastouch.com because then people want to actually buy the merch that Trump's lawyer continues to talk about. Was that what do they call that? The Streisand effect? They call it the Trump effect. I don't want to call it the Trump effect, but we'll call it whatever you want to call it. And while this is happening, while they're spending like a significant portion of the day on cross-exam of Michael Cohen talking about the Midas Touch merch store, Donald Trump is doing this. Lawrence O'Donnell's in the courtroom, and he had a first-hand view of it. Listen to what O'Donnell has to say. This is going to play the clip.
The old man sitting there in the defendant's chair, head tilted back to the right, eyes closed, made it look like a trial at a nursing home. If he were found like that in his chair at a table in the nursing home during lunch, he would be immediately checked for signs of life.
That's what Lawrence O'Donnell, who's actually there, who's fact-based, that's what he's saying. And by the way, you now know that there are multiple sources. And so when I say we've got sources saying X, Y, and Z, I want to always corroborate it by saying here are other people who are saying it as well. Just, you know how important that is to us right here. But then you have Fox, not in the courtroom, and here's Jesse Waters saying that Trump isn't sleeping. Trump is just meditating. That's meditation. Play this clip.
And the other woman, I forget who it was. No, the guy that said the guy's sleeping. He's meditating, Greg.
Yes, of course.
He's in a meditative state, and when you're defensive about something, you avoid something. Trump's not defensive of being old and tired. He can shut his eyes and not feel bad about it like Sleepy Joe.
You know what's interesting too about the sleeping, and I didn't realize this though I went down this rabbit hole. In The Usual Suspects, the movie, one of the ways they said that they know who actually committed the crime is who was able to fall asleep the first night that they're in jail. Because if you're falsely accused of something, you're not going to be able to sleep well at night. But those who have a guilty conscience often fall asleep. That's also one of the tells in I think the Atlantic, or lots of people have written, a psychological tell of guilt is sometimes falling asleep, because innocent people would be like unable to even exist if they know that they engage in the crime. Finally, let me just show you this. This is Laura Ingraham right here saying that the court, this was her observation, not like what went down in the court, which was a disaster for Trump, but that the court, it smelled musty, had a little stinky scent to it. Here, play this clip.
Some quick takes on the atmosphere in the courtroom today where I was. Now, to give you a sense of what the GOP frontrunner has been dealing with these past 3 weeks, the air is musty, the floors are old, tan, brown linoleum, you know, remember those? And the benches, hard oak, with a stress on the word hard.
There you have it, folks. Donald Trump's lawyer promoting the Midas Touch merch store. Very odd. They didn't ask him to do it, but that's what they did. That's how they spent their day. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. Thanks for watching. Have a good one.
Enough! Send him to the big house, not the White House. Get the new exclusive tees, mugs, and stickers right now at store.midastouch.com. That's store.midastouch.com.
So much. And I want all of the news to start asking the question, what is the crime? Because everyone in this court has not been informed of what the crime is. The defendant does not know the crime that was committed.
That was Lauren Boebert speaking outside of Donald Trump's criminal trial. There were about a dozen other MAGA Republican members of Congress who showed up with Donald Trump as part of his entourage, then walked outside and helped Donald Trump violate the gag order by attacking witnesses, attacking the judge's daughter, attacking New York, attacking the judicial system. But you saw there that some of the other MAGA Republican members of Congress who were there just kind of walked away and left Lauren Boebert there as people were yelling at her and heckling her and calling her and saying, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Here's Anna Paulina Luna, one of the MAGA Republican Congress members who was at the trial today as well. And I think she invented a new word called retainered. Here she is. Play this clip.
Furthermore, to Cohen, who admitted to lying to members of Congress, that's contempt of Congress, just so that you are tracking. And I want to follow it up by saying this. It is by no coincidence that you have Goldman, a member of House Oversight who's a Democrat, prepared Cohen for his testimony, is also retainered by the judge's daughter as a client. Does that seem like it's not sham to you?
I mean, folks, this takes bootlicking to an entirely new level. And as Matt Gaetz was speaking, you had someone behind him holding a sign that quite literally said bootlicker. You see it right there. Here's a wider shot of that moment right there as well. Here's Matt Gaetz talking and saying that the reason that they are there is to violate the gag order for Donald Trump. They're just admitting it. Play this clip.
We're here of our own volition because there are things we can say that President Trump is unjustly not allowed to say. This is a corrupt judge. These are corrupted witnesses. This is a corrupt prosecution that belies any sense of the facts or the law. And so we're going to keep speaking out against this. We're going to keep fighting against this. And we will head back to Washington as House conservatives, saying that these undemocratic efforts must be stopped. They must be defunded. We must use our Article 1 powers to stand against election interference.
Here's another view of that sign one more time that says bootlicker behind him. Here's Lauren Boebert talking about the many branches of Congress. The many branches of Congress. Play this clip.
Michael Cohen, who has lied in front of all branches of Congress, of government.
So you should know, Lauren Boebert, that Congress is supposed to be a co-equal branch of government and a check on executive authority. The fact that the MAGA Republicans have reduced a co-equal branch to the point where they're showing up to a former president's hush money criminal trial where he paid off Stormy, and they're out there lying about the case, aiding and abetting his crimes, is just utter humiliation for our country. Here's MAGA Republican Andy Ogles further embarrassing our great nation and further attacking our great Constitution. Play this clip.
This is not a prosecution. This is a persecution. We have a two-tier justice system in this country, and if a former president can be targeted by a woke and corrupt judge, then you can be targeted as well. Mr. President, we've got your back. Thank you.
Also,
one more time, here's Matt Gaetz with the bootlicker sign behind his head. Here's Anna Paulina Luna as well. Just more kind of ranting from her. Here, play this clip right here.
More to Cohen, who admitted to lying to members of Congress. That's contempt of Congress, just so that you are tracking. And I want to follow it up by saying this. It is by no coincidence that you have Goldman, a member of House Oversight who's a Democrat, prepared Cohen for his testimony, is also retained by the judge's daughter as a client. Does that seem like it's not sham to you?
Here is MAGA Republican Congress member Bob Good just basically yelling attacks at Justice Merchan's daughter. I mean, again, just think about this. You got the MAGA Republican members of Congress showing up, attacking the judge's daughter because Trump is telling him to, because Trump was prohibited from attacking a judicial officer's daughter by way of a gag order in a hush money case. MAGA Republican Congress member Bob Good, everybody, play the clip.
Himself, and yet we're supposed to believe his testimony as the star witness against President Trump. This is lawfare, again, to try to steal or to rig an election. You got a corrupt prosecutor, you got a corrupt star witness, you got a corrupt judge whose daughter is one of the leading fundraisers for the Democrat Party, having raised some $100 million. That's the judge's daughter. This is a crooked sham trial to try to hurt the nominee who's going to be the president of the United States, whether or not they like it or whether or not they want that to happen. President Trump is going to be reelected. I'll turn it back.
I think at some point, you know, Fox just had enough of this, and Fox cut the coverage from the Republicans at the trial. Like, well, this is because they knew how embarrassing this was, even with their own propaganda. Play this clip.
Countries all over the world, I never thought I'd see it happening in the United States of America.
now, my colleague.
All right, so we're going to pull back from that a little bit so we can really work through what we're seeing here. Something has.
Then you had Matt Gaetz make this post. Standing back and standing by, Mr. President. Okay, Donald Trump's not the president. And the fact that Matt Gaetz is echoing the words of what Donald Trump said to the Proud Boys at Donald Trump's criminal trial, saying standing back and standing by. Again, how dangerous, how ludicrous, the madness here. And as I've always said, this isn't like a Republican thing or a Democrat thing. This is criminality by these people. This is a gang. This is also just very weird. What in the world is this? Just so you see the scene outside of the courthouse, it's Donald Trump dressed up his cult members again. Remember the day before he dressed up his cult members who showed up the prior day of trial. He dressed them up in red ties and he made them wear their uniform. Oh, all the MAGA Republican Congress members who showed up today, they then took a selfie of themselves in the courtroom. It was actually an adjacent courtroom where they took the selfie of themselves. Lauren Boebert then posts, "They may have gagged President Trump, but they didn't gag me. They didn't gag the rest of us. Why is that fraud Michael Cohen allowed on TikTok with a shirt of Trump behind bars?" But Bert Cloud, you know who, at a Beetlejuice public. This is what, even DeSantis supporters are like. Activities with underage girls. What a joke the GOP has become. Not only that, the GOP had to shut down certain votes and hearings today because many of their members went to the courthouse. So they were going to be marking up some performative contempt resolution on Merrick Garland, but they didn't have enough members to even be there to do this because the members were there with Donald Trump attacking the rule of law at his hush money trial. Here's what Congressmember Eric Swalwell just said moments ago. Play this clip.
Well, it's nice to see that some of my colleagues on the other side could make it today. I don't know if that means that there weren't enough seats in the courtroom in New York, but I know that the Oversight Committee canceled a hearing that was supposed to happen right now on this matter so that they could be at the president's trial. I know some members will miss this vote because they want to be at the president's trial, and I don't think that anything could animate the phrase "do nothing Congress" more than missing votes and canceling hearings to go up and be a spectator at your cult leader's trial. That is the definition of "do nothing Congress." But
one more clip from Congressmember Eric Swalwell from just moments ago. Let's play it.
Swalwell. Well, it's nice to see that some of my colleagues on the other side could make it today. I don't know if that means that there weren't enough seats in the courtroom in New York.
And here's Congressmember Ted Lieu. Here's what he had to say.
So let's talk about Donald Trump. I agree with the Republican from New Jersey who said if a person cannot stand trial, he should not be president of the United States. Donald Trump has fallen asleep multiple times at his own criminal trial. I am a former prosecutor. I can tell you that is not normal. I think there may be some physical and mental health issues that should be investigated. I'm going to tell you what people in the courtroom are writing about Donald Trump falling asleep. Here's a reporter who has been observing this. One reporter observed, quote, that Donald Trump has nodded off a few times, his mouth going slack and his head drooping onto his chest, end quote. Another reporter said, quote, that Donald Trump slowly dropped his head. His eyes closed, it jerked back upward, he adjusts himself, then his head droops again, he straightens up, leaning back, his head droops for a third time, he shakes his shoulders, eyes closed still, his head drops, end quote. If a person is so weak and feeble, if Donald Trump is so weak and feeble, he cannot stay awake at his own criminal trial, he can't be president of the United States.
Well, there you have it, folks. Again, just the MAGA Republicans just bringing shame and humiliation on our country. You know, like when Donald Trump goes out there and goes, "The world is laughing at us." It's because of things like this. This is so degrading to our country. Again, that's why I don't care what political party you're from. You should be ashamed at this behavior by the Republican Party that's gone full MAGA. You should just be ashamed at the behavior of Donald Trump. They are a weapon of mass humiliation for our country. Hit subscribe. We're on our way to 3 million subscribers. Thanks to your support. Thanks for watching.
Love this video? Make sure you stay up to date on the latest breaking news and all things Midas by signing up to the Midas Touch newsletter at MidasTouch.com/newsletter.
Donald Trump left his criminal trial in an absolute rage after his lawyer's mistrial motion was denied. Justice Merchan not only denied the motion, but said to Trump's lawyers, y'all opened the door for exactly what you are complaining about. You are to blame. It is your behavior. Take some responsibility for your own actions. So yes, it was a stormy day. It was a stormy week. It is a stormy trial thus far for Donald Trump as we are in day 14, week 4. Things did not go well today during the cross-examination of Stormy Daniels for Donald Trump, that is. People were thinking that Donald Trump, with his team of lawyers who supposedly had good reputations in New York, like Susan Nicholas, they were going to show Stormy Daniels. They were going to cross-examine her. And Stormy Daniels not only held up, I think she did much better on cross-examination than she did during direct examination. And I think she did just fine during direct examination. She was calm, she was confident, and as Donald Trump's lawyers tried to attack her and themselves focus on all of the quote-unquote salacious stuff, Stormy Daniels explained in meticulous detail everything that went down, and we will go over all of that here. And Donald Trump left saying, I'm so innocent. I'm so innocent. It's exactly what you'd expect innocent people to say when they leave their criminal trial, right? Donald Trump whining in court. Donald Trump whining about not being able to campaign because of his criminal trial. But let's just face it, that's a scam as well. When Donald Trump is off from trial, he's not spending his time campaigning. Like on Wednesday, Donald Trump spent the day at Mar-a-Lago hosting an NFT event for his Trump NFT trading cards, where guests arrived at Mar-a-Lago with $425,000 Hermes Croc Birkin bags. I hope I'm saying that the right way, or maybe I don't hope I'm saying that the right way. At this event, Donald Trump was bragging about solving math problems. I took 2,373 and I multiplied it by 400,000, 3, 2, multiplied, divided, 7 equals, I knew the answer. It's like actually just like that. He also bragged about not being cognitively impaired. I'm cognitively good, he wanted everybody to know. Well, he was not doing all that good in Indiana, of all places. Yes, there was a primary held in Indiana. Nikki Haley, who dropped out of the Republican primaries 2 months ago, got over 20% of the vote. Let me repeat that. Nikki Haley got over 20% of the vote. She got over 100,000 plus votes in Indiana. Yet corporate media wants to say, oh, just take a look at our polls, not this statistically significant actual voting behavior that we've seen in each and every one of the primaries so far. Didn't y'all learn your lesson with the red wave? I don't think you did. Speaking about not learning their lessons, or perhaps just not learning anything at all in life, Marjorie Taylor Greene filed a motion to vacate the speaker, MAGA Mike Johnson, and then another motion to table Marjorie Taylor Greene's motion, basically reject the motion, was immediately introduced. Marjorie Taylor Greene's motion to vacate was immediately rejected as she got booed throughout the speech that she gave. It was quite humiliating, but quite delightful. Speaking about quite delightful, President Biden spent his Wednesday in Wisconsin, where a new Quinnipiac poll actually has President Biden up big, but I know I shouldn't be focusing on polls. Let's focus on things like President Biden announcing a $3.3 billion investment in Microsoft, bringing an AI data center to Wisconsin in the exact same county, in the exact area, in the exact same plot of land where Donald Trump, when he began disgracing the Oval Office, claimed that Foxconn was going to build a factory. You know how we've been exposing all the Trump scams where he brings out fake people who he claims are supporters, and he goes to the bodega and he goes to the Chick-fil-A. When he had the Oval Office, he would run those scams. He had Foxconn say they're building a factory. This is going to be the 8th wonder of the world. He said they brought golden shovels. They ended up screwing over the taxpayers of Wisconsin. And get this, building nothing. Who would know that the biggest destroyer that there is, Donald Trump, who's never been a builder, who bankrupted everything, who lies about everything, would lie there, and President Biden actually gets the things done. And as we talk about President Biden's trip in Wisconsin, it is the perfect juxtaposition, the perfect contrast that we highlight. Do you care about reality? That's why we go, this really ain't about politics. Do you care about reality? Do you care about getting things done? Do you care about actual data and facts and doing things? Or do you just want a horrific and despicable snake oil salesman and a propaganda machine to just tell you a bunch of BS just because? We don't do that here on the Midas Touch Network. We break it down with all the facts. I'm Ben Meiselas, joined by Brett and Jordy. How you doing?
Great to be here, Ben. Great to be here, Jordy. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at, like you were saying, it's someone who actually does things versus somebody who just scams people 100% of the time. And so everything Donald Trump says, whether in court, out of court, everything, every action he takes is all a big scam. And I think it's really highlighted now more than ever. I mean, that side by side that we are seeing, especially in these past few days, of Donald Trump in the courtroom, stewing in his seat, literally cursing audibly in the courtroom, having to be reprimanded by the judges, begging the judge to just loosen his gag order so that he could attack the witness, so he could attack Stormy Daniels because he didn't like what she had to say, and just all of these antics. And then you see President Biden out in Wisconsin actually getting stuff done. I think it was very powerful that this factory is actually being built in the same exact place that Trump said that he was going to have this Foxconn factory built in and promised all of these jobs. All he ended up doing was displacing residents in Wisconsin. Like he bulldozed people's homes. It's the most Trumpian thing. Bulldozed people's homes. He stood there with a gold shovel, and here's a photo for those watching of him holding a gold shovel. He's promised, I'm building the 8th wonder of the world. And then nothing happened. It never happened. It was all a scam. It was all a scam. I tried to think of like a theme throughout these episodes. I think the scheme today, scams. And we're going to see a lot of them here from Donald Trump. Jordy, what's up, man?
Were you John Mulaney theming the episode? I like it. I dig it. There we go. Can you pull up that picture of Trump one more time for the viewers? I mean, it looks like the man has never held a shovel in his life. He looks wildly uncomfortable. Just humiliating. I'm excited to get into it, but Ben kind of buried the lead. Ben, I heard you bring it up during Beatdown, so I'm just going to bring it up here. We got a big wedding coming up, don't we?
That's right. We have a big wedding coming up.
Let's go, big bro.
I am getting married on May 18th. That's one day also before my birthday, where I turn 39 on May 19th. So we've got all of our family coming in, and yes, I am truly excited. The love of my life, Sochi Marine, and we will have photographs there. We will share it. We will share it with the Midas Mighty. So Jordy, thanks.
I can't wait. A little bit of payback from when you guys went behind the scenes at my wedding when I was all crying and stuff, and you guys just blasted those to the internet when I got my phone back. I'm like, okay, I didn't know we were posting photos, but that's cool.
We did post the crying Jordy meme, a crying Jordy photo. I'm upset that it never became a meme. You know, like
it easily can. It still can. That's the beauty about the internet.
We could bring it back. Meme crying Jordy.
Well, not crying, but Donald Trump whining over and over again in the criminal trial in Manhattan. A few hours ago, after Donald Trump and his lawyers tried to argue in favor of a mistrial based on the testimony from Stormy Daniels that they elicited on cross-examination, which Justice Merchan was like, what are you talking? You asked her these questions. You've made it, for reasons that are unclear to me, a part of your defense that your interactions with her never occurred and that she's making it up. So of course she has to be able to talk about it if your theme is that this never happened and she's a liar and she's making it up. And by the way, Donald Trump, your lawyer, Susan Neckles, first and foremost, didn't object to almost anything while the prosecutor was asking questions on direct. The judge says, I stepped in at one point in time when Stormy Daniels was talking about how you said that you would take her out of the trailer park if she was slept with you or whatever. I objected as the judge for your lawyer. Susan on my lawyer should have objected, but that was it. I was the one who jumped in there. So I don't know why your lawyer, and just looking at the lawyer right there, didn't make objections. Miss Necklace, he said, that's her name. Miss Necklace, I have to say, I was shocked by your conduct. I was very surprised. And then, Miss Necklace, you proceeded to ask Stormy Daniels about all of these questions, and you asked her about the films that she was in and the films that she made, and whether because she made films like that has a script, that the script was like that she makes up scripts. And you asked her these questions where, of course, she's going to respond with some level of specificity. So, like, what are you even talking about? Mistrial motion denied. And then Donald Trump stormed out of the courtroom, quite literally, and then started whining how unfair it was and how unfair he was treated. Take a look at this when Donald Trump lashed out at the judge after today's trial. Play the clip.
Thank you very much. Everybody saw what happened today. I don't think we have to do any explaining. I'm not allowed to anyway, because this judge is corrupt. He's a corrupt judge. This judge, what he did and what his ruling was, is a disgrace. Everybody saw what happened today. He's a corrupt judge, and he's totally conflicted. And I got to get back on the campaign trail. I'm not supposed to be here. We are so innocent. There's never been anything like it. Read every single analyst, legal analyst. I'm innocent, and I'm being held in this court with a corrupt judge who's totally conflicted. Take a look at his conflict. It's a disgrace to the city of New York, to the state of New York, and to the country. Thank you very much.
You know, the State Bar of New York looked into the conflict because Justice Merchan disclosed that they're saying there's a conflict. I don't think there is, but State Bar of New York, if you think that basically I'm not allowed to have a daughter who has a job, then I'll leave this case. But you can tell me that. And the State Bar was like, yeah, that's not a conflict. That doesn't exist. The fact that your daughter has some job in politics and has worked in places, if that was the standard, then judges would be disqualified from quite literally everything. If you're held to the standard of if you have kids and they work in locations. And so there is no conflict. Innocent people don't say, I'm so innocent. I'm so innocent. One of the things that Donald Trump's lawyers asked Justice Merchan was for permission to attack Stormy Daniels afterwards, and to, like, that was actually a request that they made. And here's the thing, you know, if Trump could say, look, this event happened, we did this, we entered into a settlement, I made the payment, I didn't know how it was categorized, and you know, you can't hold me for that. I clicked the wrong button. But of course, I engaged in this behavior. I did it. I wasn't proud of it. But you know, I didn't intend to do anything criminal, right? If that's what if he went there, I'm not giving him advice because he's already didn't go there. He's not listening to this advice. Anyway, it's too late. So that's why I could talk about it now. At least there would be a cognizable defense, right? Their whole thing is the Fox defense or the Newsmax defense or the OAN defense. And they're trying that in a court. None of this ever happened. Quite literally nothing. And it doesn't matter that you've seen the checks, the text messages. It doesn't matter that Stormy Daniels has Donald Trump's bodyguard's number, Keith Schiller's number in the phone, that there are text messages, that there's on the file from Donald Trump's controller for 40 years, 130,000 reimbursed to Cohen, gross it up by 2, add this payment. Like, just ignore all of that. None of this is actually happening, and everybody's a liar, and it's one big giant effort to go and get Donald Trump. That's what they're running with right now. And so it's like, what are you? It's like, how offensive can you be?
I mean, how offensive could you be? There is one way that if you really want to respond to Stormy Daniels, if you want to respond to all the allegations made against you, guess what? There's an opportunity within the court of law for you to do this. It's called you get up on the witness stand, you swear an oath, and you testify to those things. So why are you, Donald Trump, why are you so afraid to, under oath, say that these things with Stormy Daniels never happened? Why do you only want to do it outside of court in these extrajudicial statements? And so I think Justice Merchan, he was like, I can't trust your client with this. You think I could trust your client after everything he did? And also acknowledge that this is not just about even protecting Stormy Daniels. It's about protecting all of the witnesses in this case. If the witnesses in this case know that they're coming on this stand, and then immediately once they leave, all of a sudden the gag order is that Donald Trump is allowed to attack them, that is going to be intimidating to these witnesses. And Donald Trump just wants to continue to bully and intimidate these witnesses. I like how he always says, like, oh, all the legal experts say that I'm right. And then when he ends up citing people, he cites like Sean Hannity, Tom Fitton, who's not an attorney, but wears very tight t-shirts on Fox News. Like these are his legal experts who say it. I think most legal experts, anybody of good faith would have to admit that this is a very strong case. Witness after witness that has come to the stand has corroborated all of each other's stories in this matter, which I think has been very, very powerful. And by the way, I'm also a little upset at a lot of the ways that not only you expect the Trump people to say certain things about Stormy Daniels' testimony about, oh, woe is me, it's so salacious. But seeing like media personalities on TV say things like that to me, like it really honestly bothers me. And it was like the attacks, and we'll get into the attacks from Susan Nicholas as well, that you were hinting at before against Stormy Daniels. But it really felt like, what Trump's attorneys were doing is they were trying to say, because you work in the adult film industry, you cannot be trusted. Because you have appeared in adult films, you cannot be trusted. You are beneath us. You are beneath me. And I thought that was absolutely, it's like sickening to do that to her, to say that to her. And then to have people say, oh, all this testimony is so salacious. She's giving her experience, and it's a powerful experience. It's a powerful testimony. And the reason that she has to do that is because Donald Trump and his attorneys are calling her a liar. They're saying that she made up the whole thing. So if you're going to say this woman made up the whole thing, then you have to accept that she is going to defend herself, and she is going to try to corroborate her story to ensure that the jury trusts her. And so that's what we were seeing playing out. And you had this interesting mix today of her there, and then some other witnesses that were kind of more, dealing with more kind of black and white issues of checks being signed and things like that, which ironically were probably even more important to actually the case itself. But I think Stormy Daniels did an incredible job on the stand today. And I really, really, really resent anyone for denigrating her because of her line of work. I just think it's simply like disgusting. It's 2024. Like, what are we doing here?
Absolutely, Brett. And you're so right. And I just want to add this too, to your point, Brett, about just having legal experts actually talk and diagnose this case. And we're just so lucky here on the Midas Touch Network to have Ben and Karen Friedman Agnifilo and Michael Popak and all the lawyers that we have on the channel. Ben, your pre and post coverage with Karen is incredible. And I highly recommend that if any Midas Mighty out there has not seen the coverage each day that they do before the trial and then after the trial, like definitely check that out, because those breakdowns from Karen and yourself, Ben, are amazing.
Well, look, to have Karen Friedman Agnifilo lead our Trump criminal trial coverage here, she previously served as the acting Manhattan District Attorney. She was the #2 as well in the Manhattan District Attorney's office. She worked in that office for almost 30 years. She's appeared before Justice Merchan. She's tried countless cases to jury verdict. She's tried cases to jury verdict in front of Justice Merchan. She knows the court well, and now she's in private practice as a criminal defense lawyer. So she gives it from all perspectives. If there are aspects of the testimony that are favorable for Trump, or that the prosecution has not made their case out on certain issues, Karen addresses it in an objective way. And she's been methodically going through it. And she said this, at this point, she goes, even right now, the prosecution has established beyond a reasonable doubt that a crime has been committed, that Trump has committed the crime, that Trump's crime of falsification of business records was also done in connection with efforts at tax fraud. And the one piece that she says she's waiting to see from a few other witnesses is the to attempt to interfere with the election. All the prosecution would have to show is it to hide tax fraud, and that's what makes it from a misdemeanor to a felony. And she even thinks, as of right now, those elements have been met. And also, she was a sex crimes prosecutor, and so she's dealt with victims and have prosecuted men who have denied that the acts take place, because that's the only defense in cases like that's usually asserted. And here, Jordy, in your point, when Karen Freeman Agnifilo was chatting with me, first and foremost this morning, the key thing she said is, remember this phrase, opening the door. Opening the door. Will Trump lawyers open the door to allow Stormy Daniels to say things by questioning her? And then at the end of the day, that's exactly what Justice Merchan was talking about. You open the door, Susan Nicholas, on your cross-examination. Here's Karen Freeman Agnifilo and I talking about the testimony by Stormy Daniels. And here's what KFA had to say. Play the clip.
And, look, she also talked about Trump's wife, that, Trump said that, Melania is very beautiful, but we don't sleep in the same room. Apparently, Trump shook his head at that point. She talked about, the whole thing about, he asked her about condoms and does she wear condoms as a porn star? Of course, everyone knows he's a germaphobe. Then, like, at one point, before they have sex, he's like, he reminds me of Ivanka. I realize the context that it was in, it seemed like it made sense. But when you know that he then had sex with her afterwards, it's so disgusting. I don't know. But
as Peter Henline says, who's a DeSantis supporter, quote, you remind me of my daughter because she is smart and blonde and beautiful is a very, very strange thing for a man to say to a adult film actress that he is engaging in the acts with that Donald Trump did. Very strange. And then he has the photos of them. We're not going to play him here, but hat tip to Brett for doing the videos of so there's those Kendrick Lamar v. Drake rap battles taking place, and Brett's been taking the Kendrick Lamar diss tracks and has been showing Donald Trump's abhorrent behavior over the years, directed at his family, the Epstein connection and all of that. So I could tell people, go and search that on our social media. We're not going to play.
It's on our YouTube shorts, and it's on our Twitter, and it's on our Instagram, and it's on our TikTok. So you can find it. We did two with two of the Kendrick Drake diss tracks, and I got to say they're really good. They're horrifying, and they're very revealing about just how disgusting that this man is.
One of the things that we also broke on MidasTouch.com, our editorial team broke the news that Alina Habba, after Stormy testified, Habba was going on all the right-wing media, Fox and others, and she was attacking Stormy Daniels. And so we were all looking at the gag order, and the gag order clearly says that Donald Trump is prevented from attacking witnesses, the jury, and family members of the prosecution. Like, why would you even do that in the first place? It's like such a ridiculous thing.
What a wild thing to have to put in there.
What a wild thing to have to even be told that you shouldn't attack the jury, witnesses, and family members of the prosecution. Like, even the mob and mafia doesn't do that. But Trump is also prevented from directing others to do it, because obviously if you can get around it by having your spokesperson do it on your behalf, like, clearly that would not make there would be no point to the gag order. So one of the things that we pointed out, we did a video, we did a story about it, is she's Trump's legal spokesperson. She has his authority to speak on the news about cases, and she's attacking witnesses, and that's improper. That should be improper and be violative of the gag order. So we published that. And then earlier today, we have this video of Alina Habba after we broke our story. Here's what Alina Habba had to say. Play this clip.
How is the prosecution's star witness allowed to say anything that he wants, and then the former president is not allowed to respond?
Because we have a dual system of justice and a very uncommon.
During an interview on Fox News this week, Alina Habba appeared to once again violate Donald Trump's gag order for him, even though in a Fox News appearance at the end of last week, she said very clearly to Sean Hannity that the gag order is unconstitutional because she, as Trump's spokesperson, doesn't know what she is allowed to say or not say. So it's confusing her, but she knows there are things she is not supposed to say. That's what she said last week, but this week, once again on the same network, Fox News, she decided to bring up Michael Cohen, who, of course, was testifying earlier this week. And here's what she said. The indictment goes to a books and records crime, a book and record crime that was done at Trump Tower by an accountant that booked a legal fee as a legal fee. As President Trump said earlier, he didn't book it as construction. He didn't book it as electrical work. It was a legal fee to Michael Cohen. And that's when Fox News host Sandra Smith asks, so Alina, how would you go at Michael Cohen here? And Alina responded, the way I did. You know, I can't speak about the witness. But you already did. So you're admitting you're not allowed to speak about him, even though you, in just a couple sentences ago, spoke about him. And last week, as I mentioned, you said that the gag order was so confusing to you that you didn't know what you could or could not say because you are being paid by Donald Trump to say things. Therefore, what you say could be a violation of the gag order for him, not for you, obviously. But therein lies the problem. We learned this week from Andrew Rice, a reporter with the New York Magazine, I believe it is, that Donald Trump was scribbling notes on a piece of paper during the trial this week. And those notes, because Rice was able to see over his shoulder what he was writing and editing, those were the quotes given to the people who showed up in court on behalf of Donald Trump, his friends and allies in Congress, that they then said to the press. So there's no doubt anymore that Donald Trump is directing people to say these things. So I have little doubt in my mind that Donald Trump is somehow directing Alina Habba, considering the fact that she is on his payroll as a spokesperson. Literally her job to speak on behalf of Trump. She gets money to do that. So it's very difficult to argue that he's not paying her to go out there and do this. She even is admitting, by the way, that she's not allowed to talk about him, but by God, she still seems to talk about him a lot. So it is what it is. Let's see what the judge decides to do. But at this point, Alina Habba, as an actual lawyer, needs to understand that you're not going to be the one getting in trouble here. It's going to be your client, and that trouble could include a night or possibly even a weekend stay in the county lockup. Well, folks, we have crossed that 1 million subscriber milestone, but rest assured, we are just getting started here at Ring of Fire. So if you're not already, please do subscribe to the channel and make sure to like, share, and comment on the videos.
It's a dead heat now. Again, my reaction's not so much to the Times, and I'm dead serious here. It's to people that freak out disproportionately on the Times, and then the Times doing 15 stories on their poll. Fox will not do 15 stories on their Fox poll. Morning Consult won't, but it's become this cottage industry for people on the other side of the Chinese wall that Maura is not on. So she has nothing to do with this. Please do not direct any comments or tweets to her.
Not involved in polls.
I just for people at home, and it's important for them to kind of see what's behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I have, for 6 months, since people have been freaking out about Biden's team, I'm telling you, every time I go in and talk to anybody that's running the campaign, the big part of the campaign, I don't know what they're telling you and what they're telling other people. They act like people that are holding 4 aces. Well, what about this? Yeah, that's pretty bad. What about this? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Boy, that looks really tough. Yeah, boy, Trump. They really.
Is this a criticism? Or?
No, I'm telling you, they know something that I think a lot of us don't know. And they look at numbers and they see where things are going. They've had a theory of the case that when people realize Donald Trump is going to be getting into the race, things are going to start gelling better for him. They understand that you win politics by raising money and organizing on the ground. They understand Donald Trump's numbers are way down in every way in fundraising, and they'll say, oh, well, we're going to... No, they're not. They're not going to. They're never going to catch Joe Biden. And as far as organization goes, we all know, anybody who's been involved in the political campaign, if you're tearing up like steaks in April and May, you're not going to put them back down in July and August. Donald Trump is going to be pounded on the ground. The blocking and the tackling, the Biden people feel great about, and they have about 1,000 clips of Donald Trump that every day they're like, which one are we going to use today? Boop. And it just makes them look horrible.
Yeah. The Biden campaign...
They're supremely confident.
Yes. I mean, they are cognizant that it will be very close. They're confident that they know it's going to be tight. In fact, an aide told me in the last week or so that this person was saying, I feel very good about where we are. We're going to win decisively by less than a point, because that's how this is going to be. This race is going to be tight, but they like where they are, in part because of the fundamentals. They have far better organization. They have far more state offices. They have far more money on hand, and that advantage is probably only going to grow. They do feel like that once Americans start paying attention, and to Mara's point, most are not just yet. Most still think there's some skepticism whether this is going to be the race. And I'm told yesterday that's part of why these debates are important and why they're happening so early, for two reasons. First of all, there just isn't an understanding now. So many more Americans vote early. The debate commission was going to have their debates late October. That's too late. Too many ballots have already been cast.
But your second point, I'm still having intelligent people with advanced degrees telling me, who's the Republican nominee really going to be?
Yeah. People still wonder. They think Joe Biden is too old. They think Donald Trump, well, he'll be in prison. He can't do it. Like, whatever it might be, there are people who are still skeptical. And that's why a Biden person was telling me last night, June is so important, because that June debate, what that's going to do, that's going to grab Donald Trump, who's been turned into white noise the last couple of years, and be put in Americans' living rooms.
Yeah.
Here's the guy. Here's the guy. He's the nominee. Do you really want this again? They think that'll change things.
I don't know if I'm suffering from campaign post-traumatic stress, but just don't go all Robbie Mook on us. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not talking about, as James Carville would say, algorithms.
Okay, but
Robbie talks about algorithms. What are algorithms? No. Here's the theory of the case. And their theory of the case, the Biden campaign, and I think they're dead right. It's going to be a close race. And in close races, it's the blocking, it's the tackling that wins it for you. We saw this in 2004. We thought that 2004 with Bush against Kerry was going to be just like 2000. But you had Ken Millman, who was blocking and tackling from January on. Just phone calls every day, going around, and now you have Jen O'Malley Dillon doing it every day, and that stuff adds up in close races. If you know it's going to be a close race, that stuff adds up. So again, maybe they're wrong, but I will tell you the difference between this campaign and 16 is there was arrogance in the 16 campaign. They made fun of Donald Trump. They said no way Donald Trump could win. They went on Saturday Night Live and mocked and ridiculed Donald Trump as the Republican nominee. This is the one good thing about these New York Times polls. It scares the crap out of all the supporters who will say to fundraisers, please, may we give you more? And so I guess after the election's over, Trump will probably say it was a conspiracy. The New York Times Siena poll always overplayed how bad things were for Biden to juice his fundraising, because that's working too.
So let's get caught up. Let's get caught up on the news that broke on our show yesterday. President Biden and Donald Trump agreeing to presidential debates. Things escalated pretty rapidly throughout yesterday afternoon, with both candidates announcing they have accepted two invitations to debate, once on CNN on June 27th and again on ABC News on September 10th. The rules will differ from past election cycles. The candidates agreed to bypass the Commission on Presidential Debates, which had organized these face-offs every 4 years since 1988. Biden also requested these guidelines, which Trump begrudgingly accepted, or at least we think he accepted it. Never know. That there be no audience in the room, that no third-party candidates be allowed to participate, that only a select group of news outlets can host, and that a candidate's microphone be shut off if they go over their allotted speaking time.
All right, John Heilman, come on. I'm skeptical that Trump will ever put himself in that position where he's not saved by a roaring crowd.
You know,
have one outside, whatever.
I think there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Donald Trump is not as good as his word, and that he won't necessarily make good on this. On his I'll meet him anywhere, anytime pledge. There is though, you know, the thing that Trump has been the kind of the core paradigm for the campaign, from the Trump campaign's point of view, is Donald Trump is strong, Joe Biden is weak. He's weak, failing, flailing, old, fumbling.
They don't want that contrast because Donald Trump is weak and flailing and miserable.
But that's not what they think. That's not what they think.
You don't think that Susie Wiles and Chris and the smart people on his campaign don't understand how often this guy loses his train of thought?
I think they do.
Forgets who he's fighting against. Thinks Jimmy Connors,
I'm certain they
the
do.
tennis pro from 74 to 77, actually also brokered the Camp David Accords. They know.
So they know. I think they also have a darker, they have a more critical view of Joe Biden's errors and missteps in this area than you do. And we're just talking here about not about what the right point of view is, but are they going to let Donald Trump go in debate?
Yeah,
it would be, I think, a very tricky thing for Donald Trump, whose main point of view is, I am the tough guy, I roll over everything, I'm rolling over the legal system right now. Joe Biden is weak and failing, I'm strong and tough, unstoppable. For him to have said, I will meet you anywhere, anytime, under any circumstances, and then to back out. I think he has painted himself into a corner because I think Trump did not necessarily believe, Trump himself did not necessarily believe that Biden would eventually ever stand up and say he would take these debates. Right. And now he's kind of in a corner. And I think, Donald Trump always tries to leave himself wiggle room. He's not left himself much here. So if you ask me, with a gun to my head, whether I think these debates are going to happen, I wouldn't say there's nothing close to 100%. Right. I'd say a little more likely than not that Trump will feel like he has no choice but to do these two.
Number one, you said about what about his campaign thinking? He's going to go in there not with knowledge, not with experience on the world stage that was productive, but he's going to go in there with insults, with a fire hose of falsehoods, with personal stuff about Joe Biden, and he's going to come at him hard, and that's going to be the challenge. Yeah. You laugh, but sometimes that throws people off. You never know. Jonathan
it worked for him in 2016.
Nika, I'm not laughing.
Oh, okay.
I'm smiling at the fact that when Donald Trump tries all of those things that he does in front of his fat Elvis 77 crowd, where they roar and say, please throw a sweaty scarf in my direction, it's going to be met with dead silence. And everybody, like the cameramen and camerawomen, are going to be looking at each other going,
I don't underestimate it. It's the nasty behavior is so shocking that it can be off-putting.
Well, no, but it's
Jonathan Lemire. What about RFK Jr.?
Well, as part of these agreements, he is not going to be included in these debates, which RFK Jr. campaign put together some vociferous opposition to that yesterday, saying, look, we're factoring in the polls here. We should be part of this race. Some Americans may agree with them, but the Biden and Trump campaigns have cut him out. He is not going to be part of these debates. Trump, we should also note, is calling for more than just these two. Instead, he's even gotten an agreement with Fox News to host a third, but the Biden campaign says that, no, this will be it. 2 presidential campaigns plus one from the vice presidentials, Kamala Harris versus whoever Trump picks as his running mate. That will be held in July. But to John's point here, I do think there's a sense that the Biden campaign also wants to box Trump in. They know he was out ahead of this, saying, I will debate you in any way. So the Biden camp's like, okay, we'll debate you. But we're going to do it like this. And he can't Trump now can't be perceived as walking away from that.
When we've been talking over the past several months about younger voters seeming to break away from Joe Biden more, they've been looking at it through the wrong lens, talking about Gaza. Obviously, there are concerns on college campuses and with younger voters about Gaza, but it is inflation. When you really dig into the numbers, it is inflation. And younger Americans having trouble buying gasoline, having trouble buying groceries, and most importantly, trouble getting their first home. It is inflation that is driving them away from the Biden administration. The inflation data yesterday released revealed some good news for cash-strapped shoppers. Grocery prices dropped for the first time in a year. Food prices fell by 0.2% in April, according to the Labor Department's Consumer Price Report.
It is the first drop in a year. Eggs led the decline, with
Thank
prices
God.
dropping more than 7%. Steve Ratner is over at the wall with charts to break it all down. Steve, what do you got? And can this continue? Because it's going to take a while for people to really feel the effects of this.
Yeah, look, as you guys have said, and Joe just said, the inflation data is critical to the election, and it has not gone well so far, but this may be the beginning of a better trend. So let's take a look at what happened yesterday, which was that the Bureau of Labor Statistics announced their latest data, and inflation is now, this is headline, we call headline, all the goods, up 3.4% year over year. And then we take out food and energy because they move around a lot, 3.6. But you can see what was happening, that we had gotten inflation down, it stalled out, it actually increased a little bit, and now we have somewhat better news. And I'm going to show you both in the financial markets and in public opinion, consumer sentiment.
Donald Trump's advisors are absolutely pissed at him that he basically let President Biden take the offense and capture the narrative surrounding the debates. Donald Trump had previously acted like a tough guy and said, anytime, anywhere, any place, I'm willing to debate. And then on Wednesday morning, President Biden did like a sneak attack, made this video mocking Donald Trump, saying, all right, tough guy, you said you want to debate anytime, anywhere, any place. Let's do it. I'll give you 2 chances to do this debate because I beat you in 2020. And we can even do the debate on Wednesdays because I hear you're free on Wednesdays, referring to the fact that Donald Trump has off from his criminal trial on Wednesday. Donald Trump then responded immediately and said, let's get ready to rumble. I'll accept. Then President Biden immediately put out 2 posts, one saying, I got an invite from CNN June 27th, anytime, anywhere, any place, I'll be there. I got another invite from ABC Tuesday, September 10th, anytime, anywhere, any place, I'll be there. And then Donald Trump had to respond because he said anytime, anywhere, any place. And at first he said, I'm ready to do it. Let's go. I'm ready to rumble. But then Donald Trump realized, oh crap, what did I just get myself into? And now all of the MAGAs and Donald Trumps and everyone in Donald Trump's world are whining that he made a really bad deal by agreeing to have these debates on CNN and on ABC, and that there won't be audiences to cause distractions, and the mic gets cut off after the answers are complete. Basically, all of the things that Donald Trump used because he's not a good debater to cause like distraction and just to create all of these issues in 2016 and what he tried to do in 2020. President Biden eliminated it so we can actually hear the views of the candidates. And when you actually get to hear the views, Donald Trump's is wannabe fascism and weird versus President Biden's pro-democracy messaging. So President Biden struck the best deal possible. Donald Trump struck the worst deal possible. And Donald Trump's now trying to, as I predicted, wiggle out of the deal. I've always said I never thought Donald Trump was going to debate. Even when he said, let's get ready to rumble, I put out the video saying, yeah, I just don't think he's going to debate. He's a coward. Oftentimes his team will say, oh, he's going to testify. He's ready to go. He's so strong. And then he always comes up with some excuse to pull out. But now President Biden sees the upper ground and sees the narrative. I'm ready to go. Okay, we're debating. Let's do it. I love this post from Patriot Takes that goes, MAGA people are whining about the debates. They claim this guy got a raw deal, and it's the cover, Trump, the art of the deal. And that's the thing. Donald Trump makes the worst deals over and over again. Now, Donald Trump made a post, and this is where he's starting to go back on his word. And this is what I said. He's going to start making excuses about why he can't have a debate. And here is his initial kind of salvo at doing that by saying, I accept that we will have a debate on Fox, and I am ready to do this. Is what it says. Please let this truth serve. What? Please let this truth serve to represent that I hereby accept debating crooked Joe Biden on Fox News. The date will be Wednesday, October 2nd. The host will be Brett Baer and Martha McCallum. Thank you, DJT. As our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, said, not how it works. That ain't happening. Fox dedicated their network to undermining and destabilizing our constitutional republic by airing conspiracies and conspiracy theorists after 2020, resulting in a $787 million settlement, and shows that they are not a legitimate news organization. Go pound sand. And with Fox hosts attending Donald Trump's trials, literally coordinating with Donald Trump to circumvent his gag order in a criminal case, providing multiple primetime free infomercials for Trump, Hannity conspiring behind the scenes to cover up Trump's crimes with witness tampering. Fox is part of the Trump campaign and not neutral. And by the way, you said anytime, anywhere, any place. It's going to be two places. CNN in June, and then you're going to have ABC in September. They're going to be real journalists asking questions. What President Biden realized is what Hillary Clinton said back in 2016 about Donald Trump being so easy to bait. And if you could bait him with a tweet, just imagine what our enemies and world leaders could do to him, she said, but now we know did do to him. And President Biden knew he could bait him like that. Play this clip.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
Now, this is from CNN, and they are saying that Trump's, as I mentioned at the outset, Trump's advisors are livid that Donald Trump agreed to this, and that now President Biden has the offensive here. Well, watch what they say. Play this clip.
To give an overall view here, talking to Trump's senior advisors and those in his orbit, they're a little bit irked right now. The fact that Joe Biden somehow took over the debate narrative, despite the fact that Donald Trump has been really using this as a narrative at all of his campaign rallies. He's been up on stage with an empty podium next to him, no one there, saying, come debate me. He's often said, I will debate anywhere, anytime. This has been kind of a rallying cry for Donald Trump and for some of his top advisors. Now, what we saw today was Joe Biden really taking control of the narrative, and now Donald Trump trying to take it back. So after we saw this announcement from Biden, after Donald Trump had accepted these 2 debates, he then got on Truth Socials to say he was going to accept a 3rd debate at Fox on October 2nd. So this is Truth Social here. Well, the Biden campaign is saying, well, you already agreed to our terms. That's not happening. They wrote, the actual statement was, President Biden made his terms clear for 2 one-on-one debates, and Donald Trump accepted those terms. No more games, no more chaos, no more debate about debates. We'll see Donald Trump on June 27th in Atlanta if he shows up. This is all.
By the way, here's Donald Trump's former aide, Alyssa Farah Griffin. Here's what she has to say. Play this clip.
I think it's critical that they do have these roadblocks in place. Yeah. Cutting off the mics is the most important, or it can just descend into absolute chaos. Yeah. And I'd remind folks, I've been for debates always. I understand he's ridiculously unfit for office, but this is for the Americans, whether we understand it or not, who are undecided still. They need to see it. They need to hear it. They need answers to questions. I think it's good for democracy. I think
if you thought houseplants were just for decoration, think again. NeoPX from Neoplants brings science and nature together to create a living, air-purifying powerhouse for your home. NeoPX is the world's first plant microbiome system bioengineered to purify the air in your home. Indoor air can be up to 5 times more polluted than outdoors, mainly due to harmful pollutants called VOCs, or volatile organic compounds, that are constantly emitted indoors from thousands of common household products like furniture, paint, cosmetics, and more. NeoPX was invented by PhD scientists to target 3 of the most harmful VOCs found in your home, and is up to 30 times better than a regular houseplant at fighting indoor air pollution. It is based on
5 years of research and development to enable NeoPX to capture and recycle VOCs into useful matter like sugar and amino acids. Every month, you just pour the bioengineered formula called Power Drops onto the plant's soil to supercharge NeoPX's air pollution capacity. NeoPX comes with a self-watering planter called the Shell, so you only have to water it every 2 to 3 weeks. My existing air purifiers at home make up for a fair amount of my electricity bill, but with NeoPX, I can get clean air with just some sun and water, and it looks great in my home. When you purchase NeoPX, you'll receive 6 Power Drop pouches, and to celebrate the launch, Neoplants is offering a 7th pouch free of charge. That's 1 extra month of pure air. So go to neoplants.com/Midas and the code will be applied automatically at checkout. Shipping available within the US and soon to many more countries. That's neoplants.com/Midas.
Here's the Biden campaign's principal deputy campaign manager. Now President Biden's going on the offense. His team's going on the offense and saying, look, now we get to hear about issues because the format of the debate will focus people on the issues. Supreme Court, women's reproductive rights, gay marriage. We'll focus on wages. We'll focus on support for our allies. We'll focus on democracy. We'll focus on veterans. We'll focus on Social Security. We'll focus on healthcare. We'll focus on the fact that Donald Trump's own former vice president doesn't support him. Here, play this clip.
President Biden is going to do what President Biden does. He's going to lead. And he's going to show Americans what leadership looks like. And he will do that in aid partly because Donald Trump will be on the stage. And when his mic is unmuted and he's able to talk and represent his values, American voters will see just how extreme he is. So we're going to stand firm and continue to do what we have been doing this entire time, which is making sure that we tell Americans what our vision for them is. And when Donald Trump speaks and he lies, President Biden is going to be prepared to call that out and correct the record and also talk about the actual facts of what Donald Trump did when he was president of the United States and what Donald Trump is pledging to do if he gets anywhere close to the Oval Office again.
And just to remind you what a coward Donald Trump is and that he's, again, I say not going to debate. All the data points tell me that Trump says he's not going to debate. Here's former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, who, by the way, has come on our show before. Here's what he has to say. Play this clip.
Yeah, and Governor, I just wonder what your reaction is to the fact that, I mean, Donald Trump avoided debates during the primary process, wouldn't debate you and the other candidates, and now it seems he'll do this. So what's your response to that?
Well, he missed the opportunity and the tradition of responsibility to debate rival candidates, and he refused to do it at the time.
Oh, and by the way, here's what they said on Morning Joe about this. Play this clip.
Breaking news here on Morning Joe. President Biden laying out his terms for participating in the presidential debates this fall.
And the breaking news is they're not going to go the commission route. Donald Trump has already said in the past he's not going to go the commission route. Trump has said he'd debate Biden anytime, any place. It looks like Joe Biden has taken him up on that. Let's see what the president's saying.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Wow, that's been subtle about that round.
Yeah. That was straight down the middle.
For anyone who doesn't know, that's when the court is in recess.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Love this one, by the way. A rapper by the name of Plies posted this video and saying, this is the Joe Biden that I've been waiting for. Here, play this clip.
Hey, I'm in a good mood now. Joe, I don't know what happened between last night and this morning, but whatever happened, I'm all for it. What I asked you to do yesterday and what you did this morning, that's all you got to do. That's it, right here. What you did this morning, that's all you got to do.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. Since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
Joe, this all you got to do. This all I asked you to do.
Should be noted as well that President Biden has retaken the lead in the Hill Decision Desk Headquarter national polling average, which is big. There was other good economic news today. Grocery prices are down in the inflation report. Let's just take a look at Carl Quintanilla posted some of the recent headlines just over the past 24 hours, and they're all very, very positive stuff. Inflation eases as core index hits lowest level since 2021. Food price growth has gone flat and the prices of many other goods are falling. America is in the midst of an extraordinary startup boom. The S&P NASDAQ rise to all-time highs after a light consumer inflation report. All very, very good things right there. And that's where we're at right now. So we will keep you posted as we learn more. But Donald Trump now trying to basically say, oh, well, that's why he's saying he's accepted the Fox debate. Well, President Biden hasn't. That's not the deal. And then Donald Trump's going to say, oh, because you didn't do the October 2nd, I can't do the others. Oh, well. Look at me whine. I'm not able to do it. You know he's going to back out. Oh, the deep state judge did this and that and the gag order. He makes excuses about everything. He started right away with the excuse.
This weekend, Clarence Thomas, of all people, was complaining about the culture of DC, saying that it's mean and the people there are big old meanies. He was asked about working in DC, considering the way our politics goes. And he says, I think there's challenges to that. We're in a world, and certainly my wife and I, the last 2 or 3 years, it's been just the nastiness and the lies. It's just incredible. Now, I do agree that his wife has been involved in some nastiness and lies about the election. That's true. I don't think that's what he means there. He says, but you have some choices. You don't get to prevent people from doing horrible things or saying horrible things. But one, you have to understand and accept the fact is that they can't change you unless you permit that. And that is true. We can criticize all of the millions of dollars of gifts that he has gotten from people that desperately need his support on the Supreme Court. And we can point out how utterly corrupt that is. And we can't force him to step down. And so he just won't. He will just continue to be corrupt. So he's living his advice. Finally, he says they don't bomb you necessarily. Necessarily. They don't bomb you, literally at all. Why are you putting qualifiers? But they can bomb your reputation or your good name or your honor. And that's not a crime, but they can do as much harm that way. Hey, I'm glad you're here. Listen, in order for the Damage Report to keep on going, we need viewers like you to become a member on YouTube. Can you click the join button on YouTube today? Thank you. He should be so thrilled that he has gotten away with all of what in any other country would be seen as utterly unacceptable bribery.
Yep.
That he should just take the win, but he's not happy. He has to go out and whine about the fact that we found out about the fact that he was taking millions of dollars in bribes and the fact that that has ruined his good name. What good name, man? I got news for you. You didn't have a good name before the bribery stuff. You got onto the court amidst horrendous scandal. And it's so brazen. What do you think?
I just think it's incredible that we always call third world countries or the global south countries corrupt, and their judicial systems are corrupt and they have bribery and all this. And yet our 9 justices are so full of billionaires caviar from their fishing trips and just merch. They're just, I don't know, they are so corrupt. And yet you'll have mainstream news outlets and New York Times reading elites, just sort of pretending that somehow this is still an incredible democracy. No. And I think we need to point this out. It doesn't mean we implode it. I mean, maybe we remake it from the ground up. I'm not against that. But just if you want, look no further than the Supreme Court, and then you see young folks on the streets angry about genocide, angry about the complicity of this government. And then you're like, yeah, who are they? Who's anyone looking up to? These are some of the most prestigious jobs in the world, right? These are the people who we should revere. These are the people who are they're supposed to be nonpartisan, and they're bought and sold by the billionaire class. And they need MAGA, and they need xenophobia, and they need racism, and they need weird QAnon conspiracies, the likes of which Ginny Thomas is part of and interested in order to distract the masses from actually realizing it is the 1% versus the 99%. And we have to do that convincing. I'm not saying we reach out and hold the hand of Steve Bannon's little, you know, like sort of pockmark, you know, but we need to wake people up to the fact that we are run by corrupt elites, and it's us versus them, and that's it.
We try, I mean, like, we try to make the connection, like, Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh exist to distract from Clarence Thomas. That's why they exist. That's why they are funded. Libs of TikTok exists to defend this. And it's not like an end of its own. They want Clarence Thomas because Clarence Thomas will give to the other millionaires and billionaires everything that they want. That's why they care about this. I'm gonna close with a reminder. We're not gonna go through all the corruption scandals and everything. So he has that massive motor coach or whatever, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Most of the loans were forgiven on it, which means he was just given it basically. Like, how many of your salaries, years of your salary, was he just given in this coach? And it's a dear friend, so he doesn't even think he should have to disclose it. It's just bribery. That's literally, if you saw this happen, you talked about like the global South or whatever. If you heard that this was happening in Kenya or something, how would Republicans describe this? Well, they'd probably drop some words we wouldn't want to say, you know, but at the very least, corruption. That's all it would be. And they would not care that that judge, you know, had a dear friend who worked in energy and wanted to give them a motor coach. That would be irrelevant because it is irrelevant. It's bribery either way.
And the last thing I'm going to say is if and when, and man, I hope in our lifetime we truly have some serious court reform in this country. Expanding the Supreme Court would be a start. Obviously making it illegal to accept any of these gifts. Maybe term limits, I don't know. But watch, if we ever have those plans, and in a lot of, again, global South countries where there is more of a socialist president that wants to do judicial reform, it's always reported on as if this is the most extreme thing. How could they do it? It's compromising the judiciary. It's like, well, what's the judiciary been compromised up until this point? Like unfettered money. So if and when we get an AOC into the White House at some point, you know what I'm saying? Watch how the media will be like, she's doing radical things by, expanding the court. Isn't that a little extreme? Isn't it a little extreme that a hedge fund billionaire is just taking our Supreme Court justices fly fishing? Isn't that extreme? And then, they have cases before the very Supreme Court. Isn't that extreme?
Well, thankfully, they would never be biased because they're angelic beings. And this is why I was so frustrated. Like the people who buy into right-wing framing of things as if the right would ever operate in good faith.
Right.
The people in the early years of Donald Trump were like, well, he does have a good point about the deep state. He does want to stop that. There are billionaires giving hundreds of thousands of dollars to Supreme Court justices. And Donald Trump and right-wing media are doing everything they can to make sure that that literally never stops and in fact accelerates. Spare me the concern about the deep state.
Trump just told the oil and gas industry, buy me off for $1 billion.
Yeah,
just give me $1 billion
and you can rape the natural world.
Yeah.
But he's very worried about the deep state. And he's critical of the elites, and so is Tucker Carlson, because he once said the word elite on his show. So I don't have to like everything about him, but maybe we could be allies.
You know, John, if you fill the swamp with toxic sludge, that actually is like draining it, because there's just so much sludge that the rest
of the
swamp
left if it's all oil.
There's no swamp left.
That makes
Absolutely.
Sense. Okay. I think that we can work together. When you click the join button and become a tier 2 member, you get access to all of our weekly top 10 lists. What are you waiting for?
Let's bring in MSNBC host of The Last Word, Lawrence O'Donnell. He's been in the courtroom. We've been talking about that Mitt Romney interview with Stephanie Wu last night.
Yeah, I didn't see the interview, but I'm aware of Mitt Romney being the pardon advocate, and I think history has proved the absurdity of that position. It wasn't terribly shocking when Gerald Ford issued that pardon to Richard Nixon. People on both sides felt in many ways it was a reasonable thing to do, but there was actually a very substantial segment of the population, possibly half, that disagreed with that pardon. And what history has shown is that pardon taught Donald Trump that presidents can get away with anything. That is the long-term effective damage of that pardon. And to be advocating a pardon for the most criminal president that anyone has ever seen just put Mitt Romney into a level of obliviousness of where we are in.
I know how some men talk, and that's how I saw it. Yes.
That was Melania Trump defending.
But I know how some men talk, and that's how I saw it. Yes.
That was Melania Trump defending Donald Trump after the Access Hollywood tapes dropped. And now Melania is nowhere to be seen at this criminal trial. And as the criminal trial is heading towards its end, as the prosecution is getting ready to rest, Melania Trump did not show up. And the contrast of Donald Trump's family not being there, although Eric showed up, but it's Eric. But Donald Trump having politicians show up. And, today you're having Anna Paulina Luna and Matt Gaetz and Andy Biggs. And then we had J.D. Vance and Tommy Tuberville and Byron Donalds and Rick Scott, these corrupt MAGA Republicans. I mean, what a statement to be making to the jury that you're creating political publicity stunts in a case about interfering with the 2016 election by making hush money payments where your lawyers ostensibly are trying to argue that one of the reasons that you did that was to try to protect your family. It shows how you don't give a crap about your family. Melania is embarrassed and ashamed of Donald Trump. We know from her former best friend, who's been on the Midas Touch Network numerous times before, Stephanie Winston Wolkoff. She says there's no chance Melania is showing up because the shame and humiliation that Melania feels right now. And Stephanie Winston Wolkoff knows Melania more than anyone. I want to show this to you. This was an interview that Melania did right around the time Donald Trump was consistently cheating on her, only later to make these hush money payments. So this is Melania on CNN, on the Larry King Show, where all this media would just be the propaganda mouthpiece for Donald Trump. But notice what she says here as well. I think it's important. Play this clip.
You need to know who you are, and you need to be very strong and smart, and he needs to know that he could rely on me sometimes, and we share a lot of stuff together. I don't think he's control freak at all.
And you hear her there saying, that she was there for him and that you have to know how to be there for him. This is a tape that Stephanie Winston Wolkoff made of Melania referring to Stormy and how she referred to her, and the fact that Vogue was, and this was really got to Melania, that Stormy was getting all of this attention and not Melania. This is when Melania was disgracing the White House. Here, let me show you this. Play this clip.
If you go Google and read it. And Annie Leibovitz shot the porn hooker, and she will be one of the issues September or October.
What do you mean she shot the porn hooker?
Stormy.
Shut the fuck up. For what?
Oh, you didn't read it? Yeah, it was yesterday came out. For Vogue. She will be in Vogue. Annie Leibovitz shot her.
And think about how Donald Trump had used Melania before as a tool for his attempt to seize power, and how she would go and do all of these interviews, despite the fact that the way she got into the United States of America has a massive, massive question mark, would be putting it very nicely. The way her parents got into America is a massive, I wouldn't even say a massive question mark. It's everything that Donald Trump opposes when it comes to other groups of people. But remember what she did when it came to what she was saying about President Barack Obama and how she laundered Trump's disinformation. You remember that? So as Donald Trump is shaming and humiliating her, don't feel bad at all because of this. Play this clip.
But what is this with the birth certificate obsession? Did he ask to see yours when you met him?
I needed to put mine anyway, because if you want to become an American citizen, you need to put the birth certificate.
Right.
I have a birth certificate from Slovenia. And do you want to see President Obama birth certificate
I've
or
seen
not?
it. I've seen it.
It's not the birth certificate.
Well, it's a certificate of live birth,
Right,
which they get. But Melania, if he insists on what he's saying, then no one in Hawaii can ever run for president because they all get the same live birth certificate.
Well, but they need to have...
Midler is finished, for example.
They need to have, and in one way, it will be very easy if President Obama just show it, and because it's not only Donald who wants to see it; it's American people who voted for him and who didn't vote for him. They want to see that.
But it's on display in Chicago. We've seen it on the internet. We've seen it. It's not the same as yours, but it's a certificate of live birth.
Well, we feel it's different than birth certificate.
All right. Well, I think you should give it up at this point.
Well, it's not. It's not him that it's bringing up. It's the media all the time. His points are really about bringing back the jobs.
Melania also destroyed the Rose Garden, by the way. She also plagiarized former First Lady Michelle Obama. Lots of people forget that Melania quite literally stole Michelle Obama's convention speech, and Melania used Michelle Obama's speech as Melania's convention speech. Here, play this clip.
The values that you work hard for what you want in life.
For what you want in life.
That your word
is your bond. That you do what you say you're going to do.
Keep your promise.
That you treat people
with
dignity and respect, because we want our children and all children in this nation to know that the only limit to the height of your achievements is the reach of your dreams and your willingness to work hard for them.
So we know from the testimony of Michael Cohen was asked, do you think Donald Trump did any of this to try to hide this from Melania or cover it up from Melania? And Michael Cohen said what Donald Trump had told Cohen was basically, you think I care? You know how quick I will be off the market if Melania leaves me? How gross and how disgusting of a statement is that? You know, and I think Melania knows that by showing up, her past will resurface. And it's a dark past. And so you may hear that clip of her saying those things about Stormy and her saying all of these things. Remember some of the characteristics that we talk about with MAGA and some of the things that they do, because you know the story about how Melania got here, right? How she worked for a modeling agency, and the modeling agency was run by someone named, one of the modeling agencies, Paolo Zampoli, who would bring in Eastern European women models, young Eastern European women models. Then he would throw events at the Kit Kat Club in Manhattan, the Kit Kat Club, and he would invite wealthy men from Manhattan to meet the young, beautiful Eastern European women who were his models, and they would all meet together at the Kit Kat Club, and that's how Donald Trump met Melania. And then Paolo Zampoli helped get her the Einstein visa, the Genius visa, sometimes it's called. So it expedited her ability to get a green card. It put her on a path towards citizenship. She marries Donald Trump. Donald Trump immediately, during that time period, while she's pregnant, you got Stormy Daniels' situation. You've got Karen McDougal situation. You know what I'm talking about. And that's the centerpiece of this case. So this is a sensitive spot for Melania because it also exposes how Donald Trump met her during that time period and what Donald Trump was doing. And so let me just So after Donald Trump said that he would be willing to debate President Biden anytime, anywhere, any place, and after President Biden said, okay, let's do it in June,
I think it would be irresponsible for me at this moment to wade into the politics, and we want to give him the space to work. Well, assaults on law enforcement officers are unacceptable, and I think it's irresponsible, of course, to attribute any increase, and I have not seen that FBI data to policies connected to one party or the other, or one administration or the other. I think we all stand shoulder to shoulder with the men and women of the law enforcement community to make sure that they are able to do their jobs safely and securely and free of assaults or violence. At the same period of time, it continues to be irresponsible for extreme MAGA Republicans to always want to engage in political stunts as opposed to trying to find policy solutions to solving real problems on behalf of the American people.
On the memorial, have Republicans indicated what the holdup is? Is that ultimately Speaker Johnson's decision?
It is ultimately a decision of the Speaker and the House Republican majority, and there's no indication as to why it has taken so long when the law requires memorial recognition, and it clearly is the right thing to do for the law enforcement community and for our nation. The plaque is done. It's my understanding that it is physically on the Capitol complex, and it simply awaits a decision by the Republican majority to have an appropriate ceremony of recognition and have it placed in a location of honor here in the United States Congress.
Thank you, Mr. President. In about an hour or so here, we're going to have this vote on this Israel bill. I know Republicans have said, well, you know, Democrats are divided over Israel. Some have said, you know, they're trying to make this point about this bill. But that said, aren't there divisions in the Democratic caucus, and how would you characterize those when it comes to some Democrats who don't want to vote on something like this, regardless of what the motives of the Republicans of putting this piece of legislation on the floor might be? What are define those divisions?
Well, the legislation on the floor today is not a serious effort to strengthen the special relationship between the United States and Israel, period, full stop. It's not a serious effort. The legislation that the Republicans have put on the floor today will defund parts of the Department of Defense, defund parts of the Department of State, and defund parts of the national security apparatus. It's not a responsible bill. It is not a serious effort at legislating, which is why some of the most pro-Israel members of the House Democrats